Hansen has eagled hole 18 4 times this tournament. What a way to win it.
You're back, go back, go back. Champion, Kristen.
Your Open at Austin champion, Colin Hanley. Congratulations to Kristen, your 3rd time Music City Open champion.
Congrats to Colin Hanley for picking another victory this year.
Gotta give it to Missy Gannon, though. I mean, she played strong the whole tournament.
Her putting has been unbelievable. Missy really doing something impressive
She
today.
just went 10 down.
This course record will hold for a very long time. Colin Hanley, way to go. Code 4 points leader, picks up a win. Great way to end the West Coast.
Big smile.
Yes. And Silva with the win of the 2025 Preserve. Very special. Big congrats to Evelina Salonen.
Her first USWBPC title. Cadence Burge, her first big DGPT victory. She really stayed in the fight the whole time. Silva really flipping the script here. Her first major victory.
Ida from 80 feet.
Oh, she fluffed it.
Hans Scoggins, a Masters World Champion and FPO World Champion in the same year.
Valerie from just outside the circle for the win.
Yeah! Give it to her!
Hans Scoggins, she's a machine. Back-to-back Iwild champ. The repeat here is incredible. A huge congratulations to your D-Glow champion, Missy Gannon. And what a showing from Paige. Congratulations, Paige Pierce, your Green Mountain champion.
The Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs continue as our competitors arrive at the #1 rated course in America. The beloved Maple Hill sets the stage for our final playoff event of the season. Today, we begin the MVP Open by OTB. Temps just 62 degrees. The winds are down, but as you can see, it is wet.
It should be the same every day. Okay, just for the action.
Kaidi Alsalu of Estonia, your current leader on the tee of the 8th. On the other side of that fog, somewhere over there, there's an island green. With that, she kicks off the tree, out of bounds. She'll go to the drop zone. I think we heard the disc drowning there for a second as every stroke so important for her because her only chance into the Tour Championship is via the wild card. Welcome in, everyone. Terry Miller joined alongside 4-time world champion Hall of Famer and Val Jenkins. Val, it's the playoffs. It's our final event before we get to the Tour Championship. But last weekend, what a treat that we were given. A 3-way playoff at the Green Mountain Championship.
Yeah, and I feel like we're saving the best for last. Heading into that final round, we were all about Missy Gannon. It was Missy Gannon's tournament to lose, and she fell back to the field, and they caught up. I mean, Paige Pierce, she had this very optimistic interview the day before where I'm thinking, all right, she's got a chance. And giving herself a chance like that through OB, but saved the huge par putt. She just dug so deep to get herself into a position, took it all the way to hole 18 to force the playoff, skipped off the bridge, and then this was the last shot to force Owen to make her putt, and it was a tap-in win for Paige.
So impressive what she did last weekend, the way that she fought back, the way she stayed in it, and then just waited for that chance, and it was with some of those long putts. And we see that she has the longest streak in disc golf right now in terms of winning an Elite Series or major year after year. That's a 15-year streak that now continues because of the win she picked up last weekend. So impressive to see.
Look at all these guys.
And she is not shy about it. This is one of her favorite places on the planet to not only visit and to hang out, but to play disc golf at. And we see spectators and fans all getting after it early. Everybody's geared up and ready to go. This is a very special place, Val.
It's bananas, really, Terry.
And of course, Paige is in to her Tour Championship, but how can others get there? Well, we're taking the top 18 FPO players. We also keeping note, really it's more like 19 in the sense, simply because Kristen is not going to be at the Tour Championship, as she's made a post earlier in the year, Kristen Latt, that is. And here at the MVP Open, the top two FPO players who have not already qualified will earn that wild card spot to push into the Tour Championship. Of course, all of our winners on the tour are automatically in, and then, like I said, we're playing for those wild card spots. And our current world standings. Holland Hanley out in front. That should be a surprise to no one with the consistency that she started the year off. Built herself a sizable lead, but as we scroll down, we're taking a look at that 18, 19, 20th position where we see Emily Weatherman, Lisa Fakis, Madison Walker. They're really a large part of this conversation. As I just said, it's really the top 19 in standings because Kristen's listed up there, but it's Emily, Lisa, and Madison we're going to certainly be keeping our eyes on as they come into this weekend, 18, 19, and 20th. And those three women specifically, we can take a look at the events they've played and then how they're sitting overall. And remember, basically 2 of the 3 are looking to get in, and very, very similar season for all 3 of them. Fakis trying to make the move with the least amount of events thus far. Paige Pierce finding her way through the fog. We'll see her on hole 1.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol. The American original, Barbasol delivers a great shave for half the price of gels. Better yet, Barbasol has a formula for everyone. Why pay more for a great shave?
Barbasol.
It was worth stepping on a pedestal.
You did a good job.
What a weekend, as I was just saying. To think that was just
I'm evil.
3-4 days ago?
Yeah, it's got to be so motivating for Paige.
Tyler always makes fun of me because I look like one of those robot dogs.
It's Burge startled as Bo arrives. Burge ready to go. Of course, all of your feature cards that you're going to see today are coming from your overall point standings. The top 4 in our point standings will be our first feature card, and then the next 4 in our point standings here on our second feature card. So they're all listed in order. And we're ready to go on the tee.
9:10, and we are live on the tee. Up first from Seattle, Washington, Ella Hansen. From Bentonville, Florida, Paige Pierce. From Rosebud, Arkansas, Kat Murch. From Huntsville, Alabama, Cadence Burge.
Thank you to Scooter for calling off our players and getting them going. And in all the fog, we have a lighthouse, and his name is Brian Earhart. He's with Paige Pierce for a walk and talk.
Paige, I've been playing the game over 20 years. I don't think I've ever seen a tee shot this foggy. Where does it rank for you?
Yeah, I mean, Maple Hill's already got that majestic vibe, and then this is just insane. Like, if you threw a bright disc, you could see it the whole way, but if you didn't, like, you lose it halfway over the pond. It's just amazing.
Well, enjoy the spooky mist out there. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Catching back up with Alsalu. Tee of 9 after bogeying on 8. We saw the drive head into the water. And that's going to kick from left over to the right side of the fairway.
And you have to think these players are trying, they want to aim for something way down the fairway, but this morning they can't see it. So they have to really rely on what they practiced.
Caught up on the top of the hill after her second shot. Taking a look at some of our early leaders out on the course. Raven Klein, along with Anale Tulgas Monaste, sitting at 3 under. Canada's own Chantel Bedinsky at 2 under. Evelina Salonen with a host of others all at 1 under par. Salu pitched down, and you kind of see her hesitating or holding for a moment. And that is a par 5, so that layup should put her in position to throw over for her 4th.
And they are playing this shorter pin position on hole 1. Ella has left herself with a long putt from the drop zone.
Taylor Chosick, her 2nd.
And even after an incredible drive, not risking it.
She'll have a putt over the OB, a potential eagle coming up for her if she can convert, but Ella Hansen has work to do on the first. This is still in the middle of circle 2. This is for bogey. Pierce went long of the basket.
The pond was right behind the pin from how Paige was putting toward the basket. Probably 15, 20 feet at least. This is the best angle to really feel like you could be aggressive on the pin.
Burge doesn't draw metal from 40 feet. Murch for birdie. Cat Murch on the board on the first.
Grip it, rip it, wallet.
What's your wallet?
At OTB, every disc is virtually in your hand, carefully measured, weighted, and examined, giving you the ultimate confidence in your game. Head to OTB now to get your new favorite discs.
I'm Jennifer Allen. I'm Sarah Hokum. And I use the Trekker. And I use the Trekker LG. The Trekker holds up to 25 discs, and I like a lot of extras. The LG holds 30 discs, so I can have backups for my backups. There's nothing that I don't have room for. There's even enough room for your emotional support animal. I think the Trekker is for someone who wants to have everything on the course. You want to be prepared. We can carry everything we need, and I have a comfortable place to sit on the course.
Bean boots aren't made to sit on a shelf. They're made to be worn. To see the world from the ground up. From Maine to Tokyo. Side trails to soccer practice. Seasoned by the seasons themselves. You wear them in by simply wearing them out. Here, there, and everywhere in between. These are boots that become more and more yours with every step forward. And the best way to wear them is to just keep wearing them.
You can watch more live disc golf by locking in your yearly Disc Golf Network subscription. The lowest price of the year. Use code STANDARD99 for a year of DGN Standard under $100, or code PRO for Standard to get DGN Pro for the cost of a Standard at checkout. Why do you want to do that, Val? Well, because we got all this off-season content. More stuff coming at you. You may think the live disc golf slows down, but plenty of other things to watch, catch up with Brian Earhart, or just play catch, as we like to say. Tune in for Ricky's Roundtable, Jomez Pro Putting Game. Come on. What are you even doing with your off season, Val?
Me? Not much. Except for watching DGN. A really nice throw there from Cat Merch. You really have to hit this gap, and you have to throw it with some intensity to get up the hill. You got the tree bunker on your left. You got the OB rock wall on your right.
Now.
Paige hit the trees on the left, but it kicks to the right, and it's going to be at the bottom of the hill. Burge hits the gap. She'll be in circle 2.
This is just wild. I'm squinting to try and see these discs as they release them. This is definitely the most foggy round I've ever seen at Maple Hill. And I've seen all sorts of conditions. This time of year, you get a lot of those hurricane storms coming up, late season crazy weather.
Osalu trying to find the island. Shosik throwing her third.
They're going to this new pin placement up on the hill. Not playing the traditional pin as we usually do. We'll see that for the last 2 days.
Brian, I know Paige said that maybe one of the solutions is a brightly colored disc, but how far down the fairway can they even see on some of these holes? I mean, are they just throwing into the abyss?
Terry, they 100% are throwing into the abyss on hole number 1. I stood at the front of the tee pad. Took me about 5 to 10 seconds to even locate the basket itself. But it's so cool. Like Paige was saying, it's kind of magical out here this morning. It's very calm. There's not much wind right now. And the rain is not falling too bad. It's like I said, it's a spooky mist, and Paige looks like she's ready for the challenge.
Hansen throws her third after going OB on the tee shot. She kicked to the right and over the wall, so looks like she's going to be opening with some struggles here on the first 2 holes. Certainly one of the elements that propelled Paige into the victory last weekend was finding long-range putts more than we've seen at any other point from her this season, and a couple of them going deeper than 50 or 60 feet. This one's going to be uphill in the 45-foot range. Not able to connect, but we'll see if she can get that circle 2 putting going again.
How steep it is to climb up to the basket, and she nestles that close.
Cadence Burge. And that putt is on point. I was just going to say, not seeing her connect, not hitting any metal from shallow circle 2 on the previous putt, didn't look too confidence building. And now she comes back with a great putt, center of the basket. Merch also with a birdie. Back to back for her to start on 1 and 2.
And this course, you want to come out firing. You want to be ready to attack every single hole. Each hole provides its own challenge, but you have to get the birdies or run at those birdie opportunities when you have the chance. There's going to be a point in the round where you're going to find some issues. So score when you can.
And the lead card will tee off when we return.
This season, Team Discraft is making a statement, and the message is loud and clear. Discraft, built for flight.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that tea bag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
The MVP Open is presented by MVP, the leading edge in disc sports, and OTB Discs, only the best, and Fiddlehead Brewing Company, the official craft beer of the Disc Golf Pro Tour playoffs, brewing approachable, multi-dimensional beers. To Massachusetts if you didn't go to Hot Dog Annie's?
Right down the road. There's so many iconic things in this area. Did you grab yourself a case of Treehouse beer?
outstanding disc golf volunteers everywhere. Take them out. All right. Live on the tee. Up first from Grapevine, Texas, Holland Hanley. From Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon. Next up will be the men's group.
Back with Cat Merch. Not wanting any part of going after that birdie bid. She pitches right next to the basket. Cadence, long birdie look.
Huge. Putting from the side hill. The back foot is lower, but she's able to get enough power. Another big putt to keep it rolling.
Mentioned at the top of the show, Emily Weatherman, Lisa Fakis, Madison Walker, all vying for those final couple of spots to get into the Tour Championship next month. Right now, 2 of the 3 would move on. And as of this exact moment, we see that Emily Weatherman would be outside of the cut line, sitting in 20th. And you see the shifting is happening each and every moment with every hole that's completed, and where these players stand relative to one another, how the points shake out, and who's going to move on. That's, of course, going to be a main focus throughout this entire weekend. Scoggins from the drop zone. Just before we came to this card, I said this was our lead card. Of course, not our lead card for the event, but definitely our leaders of the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings. Top 4 as we head over to hole number 4. Cadence Bird just stands still off the tee. I love this play. And we hear the tree hit, kicking off to the left side.
And going with that standstill shot, it make sure that your plant foot is lined up exactly where you want it to be to ensure that you've got the focus down that gap. It is a very narrow tunnel, and then it heads downhill. So you want to make sure you get it on the line. And both Cadence and Kat hit left.
Hadley went deep of the basket by about 36 feet. Just got to look for birdie to get started. Sounds like the 8 holes are awake.
Yeah, they are. They've got their coffee. They're ready to roll.
And Sarnin strikes with a birdie on hole 1. Off to a great start.
Silva's been a little sluggish in the last few events, but I really feel like this course can suit her well. She is so accurate with those tight lines. So we'll see if she can put it together this week.
Scoggins stands and delivers. It's going to be a bogey open for her. Gannon also picks up the birdie. Kat Mertz trying to find a line. The downhill approach needed on 4. And that's going to be short, so she'll be in circle 2 with a very dangerous putt coming up. Can Burge get it closer?
About a step outside the bullseye. It's still a downhill putt on an elevated pin to try and save the par.
Got my rain shoes on. Is that right? They become one with the rain.
Gannon makes her way over to the tee of 2.
I had that day.
And she was our champion last year. And she's trying to defend the title. It's a 2-stroke lead over Kristen Lott. And believe it or not, this wasn't a flyover from this morning. So let's take a look.
Yeah, it makes all the difference when you can actually see what you're trying to throw toward. We've got that bunker of trees, I like to call it, there on the left side that you want to throw something flippy so that you turn right in front of those. Can't throw something too understable. You might find the OB line on the right side along that rock wall. And you want to get over this rock wall that runs across the fairway as well. So to give yourself that close to the edge of the circle, maybe inside the circle putt. It's just 299 feet, but I feel like it really plays longer than that. You want to really punch the disc to make sure you're getting the distance. You know that that hillside will catch you. That is exactly what you want. There's your flyover. Missy Gannon just outside the bullseye.
Low and overturned, but it plays off the rock wall into circle one. Sarnen has a look for birdie. Does it get inside the tree line? It hits the trees, but does kick toward the basket, so favorable.
Yeah, we saw where Paige had to take her putt from, being short of that rock wall, but so close to it she couldn't follow through or have any sort of jump putt. Being on the other side of the wall, you're still outside the circle, so you can really give it a more aggressive run. This is low for own, and it stays short of the wall. And the rain is falling as we see the umbrellas come out. It's pretty blind for Kat with that log wall in front of her.
Caden's able to clean it up, walk away with the par. It was a great approach shot from that short left side. Tugas Monaste, excuse me, ready to go. This is, however, for double bogey. She was leading. Hole 9 has just been brutal today. See Chantel Badinsky 3 under as she's heading into 9.
Get in.
Own calling for it. Doesn't quite have the height.
And it's got a good backdrop. Of course, you can be worried that it'll roll back to you, being on that slope.
Hanley just over the top. Online with too much power. You average the 2 putts, they'd both be in. That was a over the top and just short also that we saw from Scoggins. Closer look coming from Saarinen. And Saarinen with back-to-back birdies to open a round. Missy Gannon follows up with a birdie of her own. And they're coming out quick. We see both Missy Gannon and Silva Sarnen back-to-back birdies to open. Hanley with a pair of pars, and Owen is 1 over through 2. Burdens to, wow, Cadence Burge to the 5th.
I like that nickname.
Burdens?
I mean, we're talking trash saying, I don't know if chainsaw's quite the right fit, but Burdens.
Burdens. That seems to work here, Chantel Badinsky.
Oh, and those trees you really want to miss. That could have sent her back OB.
And if Haley King wants to find a way into the Tour Championship, a wild card is one of those options, or winning the tournament outright. Both possible for Haley King, especially Haley being a previous champion at this tournament. As her approach on the 9th. Burge finding a lane and fighting through. Should be able to secure the par from there.
Really have to bend the shot uphill. An Anheuser flight that flexes out and climbs uphill is going to get yourself a good opportunity to birdie this hole. It's about power, but more importantly, disc selection is going to get you up that hill.
We've seen 6 birdies here so far today. This is not necessarily the lane that she was looking for, but without hitting a tree, she's going to still have a look for birdie.
That's fantastic. And I think a good disc, but it was stable. Missy needed to put that Anheuser on it. And the angle, I just love how tricky this hole is. But when you hit that line, you have to celebrate.
As we see that kick off to the right side. I want to throw it to Brian for a moment. Brian, is this a hole like this somewhat more challenging for Silva Sarnen, who likes to throw so straight, and she's not really one that flexes shots? Do you think she'll have a challenge here?
100%, Terry. Yeah, this is a very specific line. And, you know, in disc golf course design, I like when certain holes let you show off your own individuality, but I also like sometimes when it says you're going to have to throw this line if you want to get the birdie. And, yeah, much tougher for a hyzer flip thrower than someone like Missy who can drag the disc right on flex.
Scoggins just does not turn that over as much as she would have liked, but she too filters through. Finding some lines out there in the fog, Val.
It's just blue, diamond, and gold.
Badinsky throwing her 4th, and still quite short. She'll have an uphill putt. Pierce, a downhill look on 5. This is for bogey. She had gone out of bounds, but she covers it up. What a putt.
Wow, a pathway just barely wider than her body. These trees must have been lined up perfectly to give her this tunnel. What a putt. Incredible. Sometimes you can just be so far off the fairway, either left or right, to give you no chance to get up to the pin. This is a really good window that Silva has. She doesn't turn it. She doesn't turn it enough. She needed to go just on the inside of that tree.
Haley King for the first birdie of the day on hole 9. That is the definition of a bonus birdie. We've seen so many players actually over par. Knowing that par is a good score, we see Haley bonus birdie on the 9th.
So now I can say every hole through hole 9 can be birdied. Hole 10 has yet to see one today. Those calls weren't for Cadence's disc. Those are over on hole 8, but it did need a sit, and I think she did say safe. More of a layup than a go for Silva. More in the range about 40, 45 feet for Missy to continue the birdie streak. 3 for 3.
Missy Gannon continues the perfect start. She's 3 for 3. No other player in the field was able to start 3 for 3. But Missy Gannon, perfect.
This putt is just huge. Even to add a little pressure on yourself, you know, knowing the expectations you set, you know, to birdie 1, to birdie 2, with some good putts, I mean, solid distances, but then, all right, can I keep this streak alive? Your own internal dialogue is turning on at this point. We are seeing that Mando on the right side of the fairway. We would see a lot of players with a sidearm through that tree. But you got to go right up the gut this year.
It's a very interesting change. I'm going to throw it out to Brian and just ask, Brian, did you have any conversations with anyone about the new Mando that we're seeing here on the 4th?
The idea is that there's a lot of new lines kind of developing over time on that right side, and players year after year were starting to not take the center gap because it's much harder. So you were seeing a lot of players just try to cheat the hole essentially, and it kind of takes away from the essence of what they want you to do out here on 4. So yeah, I love the change, and yeah, it's there's still some hyzer lines if you hit the initial gap, but it's not a pure line at all.
Owen does hit the initial gap.
And there's so many things to think about. You got to hit the gap. You got to throw it at the perfect height. Got to have good speed to get there, but not too much to go long in the pond. And then when you hit a tree, you go, I should have just focused on one of those things.
And what a putt to save the par. Dinsky remains at 3 under.
She had all pars through the first 5 holes. So getting the birdies on 6, 7, 8, and then, again, we mentioned how good a par is on 9. She has climbed her way up into that tie. Anybody could birdie hole 10. It's this woman right here. A beautiful throw. She jumped inside the circle.
Badinsky is caught up on the right side. Likely be a pitch up onto the platform. Scoggins throwing her second. Just past the basket. Should be left with 15 to 18 feet. Badinsky right of the platform. That shouldn't be too bad. What I was thinking about is Haley came in short. With her low release, getting it up and over that platform wall is going to be a little more difficult just because of the style of her putt and how low she likes to bring it through. A great recovery shot coming from Saarinen, and somehow we missed it, Val. That's not new this year, the Mando that we were talking about on 4. It's new in my brain. Maybe it's just early in the morning.
Oh, it's early, all right. Haley did have plenty of room to swing that arm swing on her putt, but she leaves it low. That's exactly what you want out of an approach.
Yeah.
Getting just short of the pin, let the extra speed on the disc kind of wind down as it hits the ground. So she is safe, but this is so far off the fairway on the left. Fortunate to get through those trees. Wow.
Scoggins for par, and not a problem with the comeback putt. Give her more than the 18 feet I think I initially estimated. Doesn't really matter to own though. And a very short walk for them over to the 5th. not a problem for Budinsky getting up and over. So good recovery ultimately for the par. Burge for par on the 6th. And here's our Flight Factory flyover on the 5th, Val.
So whoever's risky enough to go over the water, they're trying to aim for those trees over to the left. A hyzer forehand or a very steep anhyzer angle can get you over to the pin. You see here, it's pretty clear. There's not a lot of trees guarding the pin. I like heading up on that right side through the trees. I know it's going to be safe on my tee shot if I don't hit something too early, but I think that is the safest line, and it looks like Missy is lining up that gap as well. But it is tough to get the par. You have to land in a good open position.
That's on the right side, and Flight Factory has all your favorite MVP Halloween releases at the lowest possible price. And to celebrate the 2025 MVP Open, they're offering free shipping this weekend with code MVP2025 at checkout. Shop and save with no surprises at flightfactorydisc.com. I'd love to talk to you, Brian, about OBs, course officials, everything that's exciting out there at MVP and how they continue to elevate this event.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note a few things about this course. There's some unique OB rules that are specific to individual holes. And on hole 5 and 14, there's not just a spotter, there's an official PDGA spotter, which means sometimes you walk up and a spotter gives you a call and the card can just overturn it because the card has the final say. But with the officials, they're going to tell you what happens, and on some of these holes it really matters. Like on hole 14, for example, if you hit the wall coming in or you cross inbounds but go out of bounds, then you can proceed to the drop zone, but that's up to the official. So there's some things out there that you should definitely pay attention to out here because it's not uniform.
Thank you for the insight, Brian, and I love to hear that we have those officials that will be closest to the call and then will be able to be most effective. And we're taking a look at Silva Saarinen, and this is our one-shot replay. Thanks to our friends at OneShotEnergy.com. You can use code DGPT for 25% off at OneShotEnergy.com. Voice drops, focus chews, a bunch of other great products over at OneShotEnergy.com. Eliezra Midling throwing her second on hole number 11.
Yeah, it's okay. It went.
She might not even be able to see that, as this was a close shave. Right there next to the pin are playoff supporters and sponsors in Barbasol, Close Shave America, Close Shave Barbasol.
Missy really found her way all the way down the fairway to be looking at this last tunnel. That scared me for a second with the height of release. I didn't know how much power she'd gotten on it, but that was very high out of her hand. That tree slowed her down, so she's still going to have a bit of a tester putt. And really, I consider anything outside the bullseye a tester on an elevated basket. Gotta have the high release here for Holland. Throwing that high, you might as well try and get it on line to give it a run.
Long range look. Not to be, but easily will be able to tap in from there. And in terms of going up the middle, I feel like this is one of the closer drives that we've seen. Usually it's so difficult to even give herself a legitimate look at this birdie. And Owen knew it halfway there. Picking up her first birdie of the round.
Yeah, I feel like playing that right hand fairway, you're going for par. That's on your mind. You're not thinking that you're going to have a chance at birdie. But Owen saw the potential, and of course, Owen gave it a run. It pays off big.
Missy able to clean up for par. And after going out and around with a beautiful shot, Silva is in for the birdie. Long walk as they'll start heading to the 6th. Murch. Yes, in for the birdie. And she's going to run it down. You have to be careful. The wet terrain that's out there, but Kat Murch. Making it look easy. Pierce looking for birdie on the 7th as well. And she gets it. Paige Pierce, first birdie of the round. One more look. Paige Pierce dropping a big putt on the 7th.
Progress. It's momentum made visible. A constant push towards perfection. Moment by moment, frame by frame, we're building towards something bigger. The time lapse was my first 12-speed driver, but I knew it could be better. So we went back to the lab, tweaked the feel, the flight, and now it's what it was always meant to be. That's progress. Introducing the retooled time lapse from the Simon line. No limits.
All right, Tyler, you're up. Let's go.
Okay, but does this outfit look
No,
weird?
you look great. You're just here to talk about Jomez collaboration.
No, I get it. And
The
it's
Halo
like
Emperor. You
so
got
we
it.
wanna-
You look great. You're in character. Let's
Okay,
get it.
All right. Hey, everybody. The Emperor, the S-Blend Halo Emperor. With... Are you laughing?
I can't believe you even did it.
I knew. See, I knew it. I knew
You
this was a
look
prank. You told me this
ridiculous.
looked like the picture, dude. That's so.
Bird somehow getting through everything. A near bullseye hit. King teeing on the 11th. Too much angle for Scoggins. That pushes down, but most importantly, she's in the fairway. She'll have a clean look to the basket. Although she'll have to still navigate through the tunnel. We're knowing, oh, maybe she'll go out and around. She's got some options. Saarinen on the tee.
That works out really well, fading to the left. There are two different ways to get your tee shot to land.
And to join our other leaders at 3 under, Cadence Burge, the tap-in birdie.
And it's a much safer line on that left side. You're fading away from that OB rock wall on the right. But you do have to focus that you're throwing it low enough that it's riding the hill but staying low, because you could find the pond. A long scramble for Holland to try and save par from there.
You think Paige is ready to take on hole 8?
She's ready to put on a show. Oh, wow, and things have really cleared up. The fog has lifted on hole 8. Visibility is good.
Certainly something to cheer about.
That is really nice. I really like the way Cadence attacked the pin. And those trees are changing colors, giving you a perfect thing to aim at on that right side.
That's flipping up, and green flag for Pierce. I don't think she loved it out of her hand, but she's on the island and a look for birdie. This is so dangerous, and that's going to go out of bounds. Hanley just pulling it straight OB on the right side.
Wow, I was thinking, where is Haley? She was so far left. So far left.
Brian, from the start of the round till now, have we seen the rain pick up significantly, or is this what it's been like all morning so far?
It's picked up pretty significantly, Terry. In the beginning of the day, it was a little misty more than anything, but now it's coming down pretty hard. I'm in the middle of the woods right now, behind the basket of 6, and I still have to have my umbrella up. So can't imagine what it's going to be like once they get out into the open, 10, 11, 12.
And there's already so much focus that they need to throw these shots, but now they got to think about footing, got to think about grip.
Awkward angle for Hanley.
And the way that rolled, she's going to have an obstructed putt.
Very rough go thus far for Hanley on the 6th. I think if you polled the entire division and said par all 4 rounds with no chance at birdie, would you just take a par and move on? And I think every single player would say, yep, no problem. Put me down for a 3. We'll just move on right past it if we could. Birdie is so difficult to get on the 6th. And Saarinen has somewhat of a window, but not quite the angle needed to go after it.
Yeah, there are just very few birdies. Rebecca Cox got the birdie today. Chantel Badinsky got the birdie.
And that's it. That's the whole list right there, like you said. Very, very few.
Yes, he gave that a solid effort.
Yeah.
Hanley has to make that for the double bogey. The rest of the card will clean up for par. Badinsky throwing her second on 11. Not close enough to attack the basket. Pierce has a look for birdie on the 8th. Putter looks strong. Cadence has added a raincoat at this point, trying to fight off what Brian was just talking about, the continued rain that's coming down in round number 1 as Badinsky was off on the left side. The pitch gives her a look for par. And our Flight Factory flyover coming in on the 7th. Again, MVP 2025 gets you a great deal for all of the sweet Halloween action over there at flightfactorydisc.com. And Val, what a very narrow gap here.
It sure is. And there is a line. I mean, there's a clear, fair line all the way to the pin on that right side. So just punching something out there that's stable, that flies straight, and then bends toward the hill at the end. It is a pretty steep slope that the basket is placed on, so anything too fast can catch edge and roll back down to the right. There's really no room for that swooping hyzer. You have to throw right up the gut. Oh, and stays up on the high side.
Haley King with the birdie on the 11th becomes our solo leader. Good kick toward the pin.
If Tom caught that, how clutch would that have been? I'm sure he did.
And a rough kick to the left. I mean, it is hole 7. Tom 7 is on top of it, I'm sure.
Missy is going to be in a rough spot. We'll see if she kicked far enough. There's the road. Maybe an alternative fairway for her. Holland's adjustment hits the tree right, and she's going to be in a similar position. Gonna have to clear out that gallery.
Badinsky to save par. And just over the edge and in. And if we're looking at those 2 wild card spots to get into the championship, as of right now, that would go to Raven Klein and Chantel Badinsky. Those are your wild card competitors at the moment. And that's because we see Haley King out in front as your leader. Haley has both the options of the wild card, or she could just win this event, which of course guarantees you a spot in the Tour Championship as well.
This line is just for spectators to stay to the left of. This is not OB or any penalty over here. This just shows how far off the fairway Missy is. And she still has to crest that hill, so it's blind. Have to make the putter work to save the par. I feel like Holland's on the defensive side playing this course. She has had some struggles up to this point, and she's still finding herself having to save. Very short drive, so she needs something clean to get up and down from here.
Of course, Holland Hanley is our #1 Tour points leader, and if she wants to claim that title for the season, she'll need to finish 7th or better this weekend. That will guarantee it, at least, and there's a lot of scenarios how players could certainly come up and challenge, but if she finishes 7th or better, she is guaranteed the Tour points title.
There's the award of being the Tour points winner at the end of the season, the leader after the whole season's said and done. But then, of course, that gives you the advantage of being the #1 seed at the Tour Championship as well. A huge drive from Haley King. Good positioning there. For Haley, it's just a nice, easy hyzer. For everyone else, it's full max distance.
Distance not a problem for her. Scoggins, long distance putt, and it's just left of the chains. Gannon still with work to do to save her par on the 7th. I'd say this is at least 40, maybe even 42 or 43 feet. Slightly uphill. Looking for good footing, a push off the wood chips, and doesn't get it to drop. Brian, should we be at all concerned with some of the struggles that we've seen of Holland Hanley in the woods over these past couple of weekends?
Maybe she had mentioned earlier in the season that something kind of just clicked for her and she kind of lost the timing on the backhand. And when you're out in the open, you can just land on the power and you have a lot more room for error. But out here, yeah, it's a lot tougher. You have to fix your timing. And yeah, we'll see. Today's just rough with grip. T-pads are slick. So yeah, we'll just have to see if she can find something this week.
She doesn't find the save there on the 7th, and off to a very slow start. We saw a few very uncharacteristic misses by Saarinen last weekend, but any issues she may have had seem to be fixed now. Looking deadly with the putter today.
And it's just the best when Silva is on her game and throwing the lines that we expect of her. This course is going to demand that, so I hope she keeps it up.
She already has 4 birdies in the first 7 holes. Scoggins in for the par. Hanley in for bogey. We're looking at some slot shot. I think cornhole with disc. Throw soft rubber disc through the scoop and slots to earn points and win the game. Scan the QR code to get yours today with this exclusive offer, or go to playslotshot.com and save $100 off using code DGPT25. I'm a big fan of slot shot.
Think how accurate you got to be to hit that line.
I'm here for it. Looking at Haley King throwing her 2nd on the 12th. You called it. Such a huge drive, giving her the advantage to then have that look down the fairway. And she comes up just short of circle 1, so she'll be shallow circle 2.
Okay, our steward leading the charge. Here we go. And 3 points, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just so happy that I coordinated my outfit with those guys today. I don't usually go with yellow, but I think I'm able to pull it off.
It looks good on you. And the fanny pack to match, it's just, you're on top of your game, Terry. The iconic hole 8, island hole, about 300 feet. And you want to make sure that you've got all that to carry yourself safely under the basket. Relying on the flip up, that's got great speed. Perfect. That's great.
Through 7 holes, no one has had more birdies than Silva Saarinen. In fact, no one's even had as many as she has. She's had 4 birdies through the first 7, looking for her 5th birdie. Great drive there on the 8th.
Needs to swing back. It's late. And a late tree kick. OB.
Flip up and turn. It's riding right, and it hits the tree, but stays in bounds, and then falls off. OB for Gannon. A roller coaster of emotions. Silva even reacting to that. It's tracking. Does it stay clean? It does. Park job for Hanley on the 8th.
The Mach 2 is a legend. For decades, it has been the go-to basket from backyards to courses around the world. Now, we've taken that same trusted design, the same legendary durability, and upgraded to Pro. The Mach 2 Pro features a 24-chain configuration that honors its heritage while setting a new standard for performance. This is the basket you know, perfected for the player you're becoming. The Mach 2 Pro, coming this fall.
Made from the earth, Rhino harnesses the power of plants and the sun to create topical performance products that are good for us and our earth. Formulated by a pharmacist and built by a chef, Rhino's unique line of products helps adventurers perform better and enhance recovery.
And just as they were walking off the tee, we heard Holland say it looked like we could maybe put the umbrellas down, so the rain must be letting up somewhat. And to the drop zone, Val.
Such a risky putt to go for. It's just downhill the whole way. The pond comes up quickly behind, even if you do hit ground.
I was going to say, how is this drop zone not a paid activation or sponsorship? I kind of feel like it should be.
Head this. Head this.
Drop the zone.
I don't know, guys.
We believe you.
She says she doesn't know. Scoggins from the drop zone to save par.
Go in.
Stays inbounds, catches a little bit of chain, but not enough.
If you're going to have two players go for it, you're going to bet on a Owen or Missy to run this drop zone putt for par. Low for Missy, and it finds OB.
Long birdie look for Badinsky. And after a huge drive, not as good of an approach, Haley King has the look for birdie on the 12th. And that's going to feel like a missed opportunity. That drive was so good, as you called it, Val. So to not get closer on the approach is surprising. Brian, is there almost an unfair peer pressure to run this putt from the drop zone? I don't know that everyone really wants to, right?
I really don't think a lot of people want to, but when you have the 8 hole standing behind you and 10 people are saying, run it, you have to run this putt, sometimes it does kind of push you over the edge a little bit. Missy and Owen walk up, and Owen takes her putt. Missy's chattering to the fans saying, Owen told me the whole time I have to run this putt, so what am I supposed to do?
Well, Missy does make the comebacker. That's after going out of bounds on the drop zone putt. Now Scoggins has this left for bogey. A rowdy crowd out there, Brian. Talk to us about what's going on with the 8 holes.
Man, bright and early, and I walked up and I got my own special announcement and cheer, but it's just another day around the planet. Dealing with the 8 holes, it's going to be a blast. Paige Pierce says she's ready to go, and you just got to expect it.
King teeing on the 13th. Down there somewhere.
Good putt from Sarah Holcomb. Haley, a beautiful drive on a shorter pin placement.
Cadence Burge with the tee off on the 9th, which is where our final feature card is at the tee. So we're going to stand down just for a moment. We see them tied up at the top, 3 co-leaders at the MVP Open. We'll be right back.
Hey, aren't you Anthony Barella? Yes, sir. Try out this Venom. Thanks, man.
Ooh, Calvin, looking good today.
Calvin Heimberg.
Sorry, hey, oh, sorry, excuse me, look, hey, thank you. A Nakwa, I'm looking for a Nakwa. Do you have one?
Hey, Germ, you can't cut in line.
My apologies, you may have noticed I just cut you in line. I'm just looking for a Nakwa.
A Nakwa? Here, use mine.
Got it, thanks.
Hey, hurry up, man. You're taking forever.
Sorry, man. No 30-second rule here. What about that 100% off player discount?
Our Birdie Pro champion has been crowned.
I play Birdie Pro.
I play Birdie Pro. I play Birdie Pro.
I play Birdie Pro, and I win.
You just won $500.
Yes!
Go to BoulderBrothers.com and get Birdie Pro today.
When the everyday excess falls away, and we instead prioritize what matters, we find we can go further with less. Siggy Skier, full of protein, less ingredients, less sugar. Less sets you free.
If you had just one throw to win, would you leave it to chance? At OTB, we make sure you never have to. So why step up with the game on the line without knowing if the disc in your hand is the right one? Because when it matters most, guessing is in the know. Get the exact disc you need today at OTB.
Bean boots aren't made to sit on a shelf. They're made to be worn. To see the world from the ground up. From Maine to Tokyo. Side trails to soccer practice. seasoned by the seasons themselves. You wear them in by simply wearing them out. Here, there, and everywhere in between. These are boots that become more and more yours with every step forward. And the best way to wear them is to just keep wearing them.
Yeah.
PDGA members can watch the MVP Open for free as part of your PDGA membership benefits. Scan the QR code, or visit the link to redeem your free DGN content and enjoy the live coverage of the rest of this iconic DGPT playoff event. So we know that you might already be here on the network, but make sure you share that with all your friends as well who may not be in tune with knowing that this is one of their PDGA benefits.
Wow, and the rain is really coming down. It's so clutch to have a caddy in these conditions.
Gugas Monaste was leading at one point, and she tees on 14. Now she's at 1 under, a few off the pace, but safe on the green of 14.
So when we got that cut of Sarah Hokum, she was putting on this basket when this drive from Haley came in. That must have just sailed right over Sarah's head while she was putting.
Cadence Burge with her third shot on the 9th. And she'll have a long putt for birdie. So far, slicing and dicing through the very difficult 9th. And Tuogas Monaste converts on the birdie luck. We saw that hole 9 was really her demise here, erasing all the birdies she picked up in the first 7 holes. But now back to 2 under.
Hole 9 and hole 18 are playing as the hardest holes on the course. So it really put a damper on her great front 9 that she has been able to maintain. We'll see if she can keep it clean with 4 holes to go.
Right now, she is sitting 1 back of the wild card race, trying to find her way to Lynchburg in October. So very much in the conversation. Hole 9, we have 2 different pin placements. Today, of course, we're playing to the B position, which is the par 5.
So they want to play the hole the same, the first 2 shots at least, but then the B position, you're clearing this pond, and you have to hit one of those open windows. Connecting with those trees that are just on the other side of the pond can send you back down the hill and possibly finding OB. Especially with how high you have to throw that over the pond, it is most certainly going to have the airspace to find OB. And this tee is over on the left compared to what we've seen in the past for so many years. But they're aiming for the top of the hill. It's still a similar landing spot. I was wondering how Holland was going to throw that shot, leaving the hood of her raincoat on. It requires just so much focus. This looks really nice from Owen.
And ultimately, Haley King will escape hole 13 with the par.
Very much on the inside, but somehow Missy finds a window. Maybe even some ground play to continue flying more toward that landing zone. So the next shot is just going to be all about placement, getting themselves some flat land to run up on their third shot.
Budinsky takes to the tee of 14. It's wide. She's given up on it, and you'll see why. Unfortunately, never a chance. She'll go to the drop zone.
Scorecard. We're not seeing the par come up, but we're actually seeing on the scorecard it's a 5.
Yeah. Double checking on that as to how that's come up. That might be possibly just typed in incorrectly for the moment, but we're not seeing the strokes that get us to 5. Yeah, and even if given, you know, would say like a courtesy warning, it would be just that, just a warning. Not that she would be faulted for throwing down in there, not knowing or being able to see the competitors. But again, even if so, that would just be a warning. So we'll have to investigate further on that. Actually looking into the detailed version of her scorecard, and it looks like she had 3 putts from C1X. So I think that last putt that we saw was actually after she had gone back and forth and had a very similar look ultimately for the double bogey. So unfortunately, we've arrived at the right conclusion that is a double bogey for Haley King on the 13th.
Pretty shocking. Where most of the day she's been able to hit the putts. I mean, we saw on hole 10, didn't hit that inside the circle one, but it's not often we see Haley struggling that severely after a great drive.
She has 5 birdies on the day as we're watching Missy try to get comfortable. I'm not sure if that's possible with this angle, but she pulls off the shot.
Wow, yes. That worked out really nicely, and it checks up just short of just absolute jail.
Oh, and as we look back, that looks like just a grip lock. I mean, I don't even think that hit chain. Or maybe better than grip lock is just an actual slip, considering they are playing in rain. So you could certainly understand that.
And this is a shorter pin again. So this is a hole that is certainly attackable for the birdie. And then she was putting downhill, so it carried quite a bit. Brutal.
Yeah. Mystery solved there, but not in Haley King's favor as Cadence, solid approach. You love the second shot there from Owen Scoggins. It's really all about trusting your power, thinking about your landing zone, and then blindly tossing it over the hill.
And it is such a steep hill. So they're trying to have enough spin on the disc so that it carries far enough. But you have to ensure that you're hitting the appropriate angle, because this could get away from you really quickly, go too long, find OB.
Holland pitches ahead with the putter. Haley now on the 14th. That is going to track back inbounds and inside the circle. Hopefully any putting woes will be squashed as she heads up to that look on the 14th. It's going to be dangerous. Mona Montgomery is deep but safe. She seemed quite shocked by that. I'm not sure why. There's plenty of room back there. Maybe she was thinking she was going to get a different reaction off the ground.
Look at Silva here, taking her stance, 1 foot on the bridge, and she's trying to go over the pond. I'm concerned with how much power she'll be able to get. Wow, that really worked out. And it's clean through the trees. I'm glad she didn't slip, but I thought that was certainly part of the equation on a wet bridge.
The release is low from Burge on the 10th. Very short.
Whoa, look at that putt. A surprise to stay safe, and she takes advantage.
King putting right at the water, looking to bounce back after the disastrous 13. And no fear whatsoever for Haley King. Fighting for a wild card spot.
It didn't even look shaky at all, didn't look nervous. Wow.
Brian, with someone like Holland Hanley and her power, can she get in position after one throw to then be going over the water? I know she's throwing her third now, but could you see her getting aggressive with a great tee shot?
Yeah, I think she can, but I talked to her actually right before this round, and she said this is one of those holes, this par 5 position, that she really doesn't enjoy. She doesn't like that the second shot is essentially a jump putt or like a mini placement shot to some uneven footing. So I think she's okay playing this for the 5. But yeah, if Holland gets a hold of one and Heiser flips one down that corridor, she should have a shot, but a lot of those drives that make it through the gap are still going to be on a downslope, so kind of a weird little par 5.
Thank you, Brian, as we're watching Missy line up from the right side of the fairway. put some shape on this. Turning it and hitting the first tree, then kicking up and over still. So in bounds, but going to be awkward position at best.
Owen has these trees that are kind of directly in front of her, slightly to the right, that she has to shape the shot around. Gets a good turn on it. Safe.
Yes.
Badinsky from the drop zone on 14. She gives it a good bid. Just a bit low. Cadence after throwing a very low line drive on the 10th.
That's great to be up on top of the castle. Just don't want to go too far past. Still smiling, even though she takes her first bogey of the day. Scores are pretty stacked up, with birdies kind of sprinkled all over the place. I feel like this course, you just have to attack when you can, but you have to be patient as well.
This is tracking right to the pin. Can Haley King put it in? Almost off the tree. So close to an ace for Haley King. Burge for par.
Yep. All right, yeah, do it, fine.
This is just so far uphill. It's going to require everything for Missy to get up, to give herself a putt. So that's going to be outside the circle for Missy. Very steeply uphill for that putt. We'll see if she gives it a run.
So Dugas Monaste had just tapped in, but that was not from the correct disc, and then goes to re-tap in, and so she'll take a 2-stroke penalty. She tapped in from Sarah Holcomb's lie. Brutal mistake. That was for the par, obviously just from a couple of feet, so nothing gained, so to speak, but with a misplay penalty, we'll take 2 strokes and the double bogey.
Yep.
Henley's 4th sets her up for a tap-in par.
This is where you land every time, huh, when you practice.
A minor reaction still puts Silva in good position. Reaction off the left side tree and ground, it looked like. Scoggins, easy pitch up, looking for a par. Bedinsky takes to the tee of 15. Relaxing it, using that entire left side, tracking back to the pin. What a shot. She's just deep of the pin by 15 feet.
Such a beautiful line. She throws it, aims for a spot over to the left, allows the disc to get a slight turn, utilize the entire fairway.
And I love how you say utilizing the fairway is so tiny in the first place. So the fact that she was able to put that much turn on it and then have it come back at just the right time. Gannon. Long uphill. It's going to be a struggle on the 9th for Missy. And now we head over to Cadence Burge, teeing on 11.
Just thrown into the clouds.
Finds the short grass. She's going to like that spot. A major speed bump coming in for Missy Gannon in her scorecard. She's in for the double bogey. We'll watch Silva in for the par. Hanley also in for par, and Owen will be doing the same. So 3 pars and then a double from Missy on our final feature card. There's halfway through the course.
And Haley King, the only birdie still on hole 9. That hole is playing so difficult. A great birdie from Chantel. No putting required for Haley on that one.
Val, we head to the 10th thanks to our friends at FlightFactoryDisc.com. You can use code MVP2025. Get yourself some free shipping on all the great products they have out there, including the MVP Halloween releases at the lowest possible price. MVP 2025 at checkout. Shop and save with no surprises at FlightFactoryDisc.com.
How is this hole 276 feet? It plays more like 400 feet. It really requires just full max distance to get yourself a putt. And then, of course, you got the castle at the end to make putts just short of that really interesting. Not a good place to land. And because this fairway climbs uphill the whole way, the players have to throw with a bit of nose up. They have to have their timing dialed up perfectly to still hit the fairway with that high release. Something understable is going to help them continue that flight path before they hyzer out. Holland wants to get back to the open. Oh, that's great. And especially being on that right side, you're going to have less of a wall in front of you. It's going to be a little bit shorter.
All right.
phone's saying she's playing it for par, but I can see her giving it a run from there.
Heading off to the left, that will not be an open look, at least for birdie in terms of being able to give it a putt. That's probably just going to be a pitch up for Missy Gannon. Burge throwing her second on the 11th. Looks like a little slip there from Burge.
It finds its way all the way inside the circle. That's great.
King on the 16th. I like this. Basically getting pin high, having something in the 42, maybe 48 foot range, slightly uphill, green light. I'm a big fan of that shot. Such a difficult hole to park. And that would have been great. Hits one of the final trees.
You have to decide from here whether you're going to try and go up on the castle or lay up. Silva leaves it short.
Murch with her second on 11. It's going to be just left of the pin, but right there with a birdie look inside 15 feet.
Wow. I gave it a run, Bree. Yeah.
Oh, an uphill for birdie.
She's running it.
Great shot.
Wow. Look at the window that Missy was trying to dial up. That worked out really nice. She's up on the flat land. Sometimes you can be off the fairway so far that it's good. When you're off the fairway just a little bit, you're going to have the trees in your way. But this course has seen so many different variations, so many other fairways that we've played, including this hole. I remember it being very different in the past for a couple of years. So there are some carved out fairways that you might find, might surprise you.
Sarnin collects the par on the 10th. Holland's height will play to some advantage here. Great birdie by Holland Hanley. Heidi Alsalu in for birdie on the 18th. Looking for one of those wild card spots, an opening round of even. The MVP Open as Missy's in for par.
Fine, ladies, keep working.
looking at hole 11 when we return.
The 1020 rated wallet.
What's your pocket?
What's your wallet?
What's your wallet? Oh, my bad. Ready?
Hole 11. This is your chance to maybe get some frustration out or just air out the discs. We're headed to this wide open fairway, but there is one very specific landing zone. You want to get past all those Christmas trees. You don't want to land short. You want to get to that 400-foot mark. I think it's about 350 to the back side of the birdie zone. But really anything in those trees, if nobody cut it down for Christmas last year, you're going to have a very obstructed run-up, an obstructed arm swing, and it's really difficult to get the birdie. But Cadence landed in an open area, and this is her second shot. We'll see what she's got. Sloping on her footing and leaves it on the inside. That'll be a tap-in par. Paige on the other side.
Yeah, Paige.
And Pierce able to connect.
There you go, girl.
That was more of a run than I expected.
We saw the great approach from Merch. Now at the edge of bullseye. And in for the birdie.
It was going to surprise me if that was going to find that landing zone. It just came out full hyzer the whole way for Holland. On a normal day, you're aiming for some trees that are, 600 feet away and hoping the disc fades, but they're just aiming out into the abyss. And that doesn't get far enough either. Remember this being a full rip to get to that open space. So Owen really needs to give it everything. Make sure that she's throwing something understable enough that it can get that full flight. And nope, she gave up on it right away, knowing she did not get the angle.
No idea where it's over there. I never go to
You're saying he has no idea where it is over there.
And although this tee shot's downhill, you need to throw it high enough that you're getting over those pine trees. So that's why you see a lot of the discs fading back to the left so hard. Yeah, nobody was able to get the turn on it that they needed. And maybe it is deceiving throwing into this fog. You can't really judge that distance. But again, it took everything I had to get to that safe zone.
The uphill look for King, not on point.
"12" heads up the hill. You want to get full distance. It's all about the second shot, really, on hole 12.
Lisa Fakis, tee of 14. Fighting for a spot at the championship. And that'll help her effort. That will be a tap-in birdie coming up for Lisa Fakis. And we spoke of just how close it was coming into this event among Emily Weatherman, Lisa Fakis, and Madison Walker, looking at 2 of the 3 potentially moving on to the Tour Championship. And right now, certainly in favor of Fakis and Walker with the rounds they're having versus the struggles we're seeing from Weatherman. Weatherman still without a birdie today. Very rough patch there in the middle of the course. Madison Walker now on the 14th. This is tracking to the pin. It is going to come up short and left. Scary putt from Circle's Edge. This looks like a recently cleared out area.
It sure does. That's some fresh mulch. And Owen is happy about it. And be real happy that that punched through the front side of that huge tree. I always joked whenever I landed behind a tree on this hole, I go, I'm coming back for you in December. Let's give myself a clear shot next year. Fog is so thick. I'm sure Silva can't really see the basket from where she landed, not only because of the pine trees, but because of that thick fog.
Haley parked as we're seeing the short position being played these first 2 rounds on the 17th. Burge looking to go down the tunnel. And that is pushing left. Still in a safe space. She'll be looking slightly uphill.
And knowing you're going to hit those branches as you're throwing, you have to throw with just full power. It might hurt, but that's the only way that you're going to punch out. You find out quickly if you're allergic to evergreen. Off the line, but through those first initial trees, that's something to celebrate.
Walker, not shy on the bid. Not able to get the birdie though.
Yeah, I mean, get it over to the right. And like,
yeah, little wind can help it.
Holland taking advantage of this cleared out space. the trees that we can see in the distance. Just at the base of those trees, that's where the basket is.
Just that tree.
Oh, damn it. I didn't even think of that.
And she hit the same tree that Owen did.
Huh?
Oh, really?
Well, I
Owen
can't actually
just
see it.
barely snuck
Oh, that
through
was
it,
the main
whereas
thing.
Holland hit off of
Well,
it and
no,
then
like,
kicked
I was
out
thinking
into the
like push
open
it
on the
and
right
oh,
side.
okay.
Badinsky, this is for par. If she had to pitch to here and the roll away. A longer putt coming up for bogey now. Walker in for par on hole 14. And Fakis, short range birdie luck.
Yeah, you're trying to hit it flat, right?
I'm just trying to hit it a little higher.
Okay, yeah, a little higher like yellow.
Kind of add the tree up in the air here.
This has 18 feet. That's crazy.
Well executed from Missy.
Get friendly with these trees over here.
Just find the best one for.
See, they're already talking about the Christmas tree. Just a couple months out, I'm already thinking about it.
Badinsky with the bogey on the 17th falls back to 2 under. And easy work for Haley King, putting another birdie on her scorecard.
Come on.
The risk. The risk of landing something with a little bit of angle next to the pin, you get big rolls like that. Will it change the strategy of Holland? Looks like she's going for it. Fortunately, that stays.
Yeah, and she didn't like it out of her hand. She knew immediately it wasn't online. And Owen still with a makeable distance. Just maybe some of that frustration creeps in of giving it a good bid and now still having to make this much of a putt just to save the par. But it's Owen. She doesn't care. Saarinen connects. Saarinen in for the birdie, which means she will be co-leader now with Haley King. Easy cleanup for Gannon. Silva Saarinen's birdie makes her a co-leader as she heads to 12.
design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
As a longtime resident of Massachusetts, I think of this region and I think of community, connection. Maybe it's the beauty. I think beauty can be inspiring.
3 words I would use to describe this region are warm,
supportive,
kind, interesting,
and fun.
welcoming,
family-friendly.
The diversity of the seasons, the diversity of the people.
So much vibrancy, so much arts and culture.
Loving,
historical.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
Welcome back. So the birdie on 11 by Murch, and she follows it with a birdie on 12. She's now 2 under for the round. Tuagus Monaste throwing her second on hole 18, trying to close it out. Excuse me, that was actually her third, but still set up nicely on the green. Deep breath can be taken, a huge sigh of relief after finding the green on the 18th, as we're now with Murch. Can she get 3 birdies in a row? She's gotten 11 and 12. And the kick right to the pin. It'll be a tap in coming up for Kat Murch. Solid opening drive for Haley King.
Silva really gets over on this, and that's going to prevent her from getting the full distance. And the higher you are up on that hill, the more elevation and hill that you have to deal with as the second shot heads downhill toward the pin. It's tough to carry the flight of the disc that far downhill on the second. So the placement on the tee shot is important. That squarely hit that pine tree. But I think very fortunate that she kicks back to the open.
Also out in the open. We need a good approach to get in position for birdie. Ella Hansen teeing on the 13th. Downhill shot, par 3 to a new pin position that we're seeing this year. And the same exact kick and result. How does that happen?
You just throw the orange disc.
Same exact tree right next to the basket, landing on top of Cat Murch's. What are those odds?
Those are such great drives for the long pin that we've always seen. It's awesome to see this short pin and to see two great shots.
I'm calling it up right now. That should be our double shot. OTB shot of the day, or shots of the day. Right there. I love it. Wrong tree cadence. Woo! Monaste in for the par. For the par round. That's a birdie, as she went bogey, birdie to close out her round, and will shoot even on the day.
An interesting round for her with the triple bogey and then misplayed lie. Just a few holes really to clean up, otherwise a really great round. Lily's trying to get past that last pine tree. And that'll work. Being on, you don't want to be squared up with that pine tree, left or right, but we'll see if it comes into play on her forehand.
Hanley way up on the right side of the hill.
It fought quite a ways. She's almost basket high. And once you get past this hill, it is straight down to the basket. And that is a very tough line to throw. As you're throwing downhill, elevation just wants to carry the disc one way or another, whatever the natural flight is. So it's tough to just fly dead straight that whole way.
Yeah, I mean it was close. It just came out a little bit early, but yeah, it took close.
Pierce with the birdie look on 13. I'm guessing they have no idea of how they both ended right there. I mean, they probably heard the tree, but I don't know if they have any clue that they hit the tree in almost the exact same spot to land on top of one another. Budinsky with her third. And going for the green, but coming up short. Should be out of bounds.
No, I'm just like observing this like magicalness right now. It's the same exact shot, yeah. Yeah.
Both of them able to tap in for the easy birdies.
There's still something to think about here for Own. There's a ditch behind the basket that comes up very quickly, and she finds it. She's just long. It's still in attackable range, but it can make her think about it a bit more rather than just laying it up short of this pin and skipping close.
Just 6 birdies on the difficult 12th here today. Very well represented, though. 5 different countries got the 6 birdies on hole 12 today. Again, it's still work to do for the par, though.
Amazing how you just hear the echoes from the howls and the screams over on hole 8.
Scoggins doesn't draw a medal. While we're here, we'll just sit back and enjoy a nature moment brought to us by LLB.
So Haley threw it far enough up the hill that that tree is not in her way. Clean forehand approach.
Great approach from King, and that moment brought to us by LL Bean, who believes that being outside is good for us in every possible way. Visit llbean.com today and be an outsider.
This is a big angle for Ella. Settle down, it does. It stays safe. Just dancing at the feet of our spotter. This is much more safe from Cat Merge, throwing it almost at the pin. But it sets yourself up for a scary putt facing directly at the pond. Paige is following Ella's route. Going for that wide shot, throwing it so high. You're being aggressive. You're trying to park it, so they need that angle as it hits the ground to ensure that it stays close. It's a scary line, a lot of trust. And I don't know if this has a chance. It's too flat and too low for Cadence to find her way back inbounds.
Easy approach. Yeah, tap in coming on the 18th. And the battle to fight their way into the Tour Championship. Lisa Fakis, Madison Walker, so far the advantage over Emily Weatherman. Low line drive from Sarnen. Love to see a little ground play, get right to the pin, and just barely short. This looks to be going left of the basket and down the hill and short. Not a good tee shot by Hanley. Cadence from the drop zone from a knee. That's one we haven't really seen from that spot before, Val.
And she was going for it. Thankfully, it hit the wall behind to stay safe.
Missy's been struggling as of late, especially compared to the 3-for-3 opening that she had today. This is also left.
So far left. The one thing I think these players can see from being up on the tee, even though it's so foggy, there's this giant tree on the left side of the fairway that you have to stay on the inside of. Everyone with that hyzer angle, you really need something flying straight. Straight mid-range can get you there. Hitting that opening, you're going to have enough speed to get to the pin, but nobody executing it perfectly.
Haley King trying to separate herself from the rest of the field, and she's done just that. 6 under effort for Haley King. She is 1 clear right now of Silva Saarinen. She is your clubhouse leader at 6 under. Ella Hansen on the 14th. Can she make it 4 in a row?
Weak side chains always seems to get her. If she is not feeling super confident about a putt, you see the miss to the left come up.
Pierce with the birdie. That's back-to-back on 13 and 14. Trying to claw back to at least an even par round. As we said, even par would be 6 off the pace of what Haley King has just gotten into the clubhouse with. Murch remains at 3 under. Murch puts an end to her 3-hole birdie run on the 14th.
For birdies to finish this round. I really like the changeup that they did on 13 to kind of jumpstart the birdie train. But our featured card, not much of a chance to get a birdie here. Missy so far on the left, just trying to get up and down. Looking for the bank shot.
I was just saying, I was just thinking, so creatively trying to find the bottom of the basket.
Right side, love you. Oh.
Her intended route, Val?
When you've played this course as many times as Paige has, you know the routes. You've seen all these different angles. You've landed in so many different spots. She knew that there was an opening. And I've seen it down there, and it's not pretty.
I'll say even the fact that Hanley had that much of a look was surprising to me from where we saw her tee shot heading. So it must have carried more. Own, 42 feet. Right amount of power, just not quite the angle.
It was the last tree to beat. Otherwise, that would have been a park job for Caden.
Silva able just to sit back and wait for everyone else to get out of her way as she's yet to throw her second. There's the tap in birdie coming up. And that means Silva Saarinen is a co-leader again with Haley King. She's at 6 under.
So when you don't get through clean, you're down in this ditch, filled with trees, trying to climb back uphill. She does get to the top of the hill. It's her third shot right there. It's a bit of a roll.
Burge has a look for birdie. Does it have the right swing? Just barely off the mark.
And that's the line I want to see from Silva. We know she doesn't throw a ton of steep angled shots, and that's exactly what you need if you want to throw it over the pond. Silva just needed that straight at the basket, fade to the left, give herself a chance at a birdie.
This is very wide. Spotter is tracking it and watching it come in, and it does land on the green.
You gotta be holding your breath. If you're Holland, standing on that tee pad waiting for the shot to find land. She knew she put the right angle on it, but like you said, very wide. And it cut just enough land on the edge. That's the kind of putt you want on this basket.
Gannon hasn't birdied since hole 3. And she changed that here. She's in position. A birdie look on the 14th. Pierce with the alternative fairway. Does she convert? Yes. And that's 3 in a row for Pierce. Clawing back, looking to get at least to par. She keeps going at this rate. We'll see her under par, trying to chase down the likes of Silva Sarnen and Haley King. Murch locking in her focus, but will still take the bogey on the 15th. Tickles chains, but doesn't grab enough.
Owen had such a much better angle than what Silva has. The backdrop for her behind the basket is all water. Birdie would give her the outright lead, and she's going for it. Is it too early to say Silva's back?
The putter looks dialed. We said it earlier. There's a few very uncharacteristic mistakes that we watched her make last weekend on the putting green. She even at one point had 3 putted, which was something we never see from her. But today, everything has looked solid. Gannon for birdie. That's her first one since hole 3. Owen in for the par, and Hanley's birdie on the 14th. Crowd loves it. She's trying to hold on.
What is the simplest way to improve your disc golf game? The answer, learn from the very best. Paul Ulibarri, Simon Lizotte, Ezra Aderhold, and Holland Hanley. They're not just players, they are your elite coaches guiding you every step of the way. The Power Disc Golf Academy is the premier online disc golf academy with over 150 on-demand lessons that are specifically designed to improve your skills right now. So what are you waiting for? Join today at powerdga.com.
Hello, I'm Steve Dodge. Welcome to the first permanent disc golf installation put out by Zuka. I'm standing on the Zuka deck at Maple Hill. 10 years ago, Zuka came on board as the first major partner of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And that partnership continues today, right here at Maple Hill. Come enjoy the Zuka deck at Maple Hill, one of the best places on earth to watch disc golf.
Silva Sarnen. We've been holding out, saying when is she going to figure it back up? She was playing so well early on this year, and then of course picked up her first major win. I mean, this was her breakthrough year, and then it was a little bit of lull in the heat of the season. Now she is finding the lines. She is making the putts that we've always expected her to make, and she is our solo leader at the top.
Certainly would have to start, I should say you have to continue that Player of the Year conversation if she were to pick up a win at this event. She's been in that conversation with a number of other competitors. It's a very close battle, and I don't want to say it's quite a coin flip at this point, but you have to look at what gets done over these next couple of weeks, and ultimately that will sway our decisions one way or another, but a very, very close competition for Player of the Year right now. Line drive is off to the right side.
These 4 players on our featured card, these are our players of the year. I mean, there's very just slim margins that separate how each one has done this season. I'd love for them to make it easy on me to make the decision with a couple of big wins here to close it out.
Holland, the only one without a major victory this year. Be left, but pin high. Not far from where we just saw Cadence attempt her putt from.
Trying to find Paige's fairway on that right side, but Owen is going to stay in the ditch.
Burge teeing on the 16th.
That was a pretty line, but it just 2 on the inside. That one gets a big ricochet, but a second kick really helped. Maple Hill. It's good to be back at this course, but as easily as it is to get birdies, you see these players finding trouble late in the round. Every hole is such a challenge, and you have to be focused on every single tee shot. Tee shots are so important, and you're gonna end up scrambling at some point. I think just at the end, it's what player has the most mental endurance to focus on every one of these lines.
And that was a blind shot for Burge, trying to get up over the hill. And she's inside the circle. That will be to save the par.
Oh, and just lobs it up there and goes long in the pin.
Madison Walker with her third. Par 5 18th.
Very tight on that right side, so this has to be a wide hyzer sidearm to get around the corner.
I like it. Oh, as they say, it banks off the back wall. And right now, Madison trying to play her way into the Tour Championship. She entered in 20th. 19th or better should get you in. We say 19th because we know that Kristen Latt is not going to be coming back at the end of the season, as per her Instagram post a few weeks ago. The effort by Holland is low. It looks like she was looking for her caddy. Spectator rope, so not out of bounds. See in front of Silva Saarinen. To extend her lead. Oh, and she grabs chains. What a bid.
Wow. To see the line just over those branches gave her the perfect height to give it such a solid bid. Look at how far Owen went past on her second shot. This is for par.
And she tickles chains. Not nearly as much as what we just saw from Silva, but Owen will be taking a bogey. Good hit for Missy Gannon. It's going to be back-to-back birdies on 14 and 15 for Missy. I mean, she also will fight back to an even par scorecard.
And just looking at our leaders right now, 7 under. Do you know that Missy's 7 back at this point? I feel like this course in a way is comparable to Brewster, like we saw last weekend at the GMC, but it has just so much more elevation, some trickier lines rather than those placement shots you really have to attack. That was a big roll after a tree hit.
Lisa Fakis throwing her 4th.
Get down.
And almost the exact same roll away, or reaction I should say, off the back of the wall as we saw from Madison Walker. Those two continue to battle it out. And right now, Lisa Fakis, who started in 19th, just barely inside the cut line, has actually moved up 2 positions to 17th. Trying to secure her spot. Tour Championship. Putt for par. That's on the mark. Pretty solid round for Lisa Fakis. Certainly been playing some great golf as we watched her quite a bit last weekend as well.
Frustration. She gives us a great run, but it's too much on that right side. Doesn't get enough chains to stay. That'll be a tap in bogey for Kat.
Burge for par. Hole 16 brought to us by our friends at Zenni. Eyewear for everyone.
This is another shot where they're having to throw over a ditch, so any early tree hits could send you down into a low point. But you want to throw something turning that flexes at the end. We're seeing all of these tee shots landing just low of the basket, having to putt uphill. If you do get too much on your turn, you can end up on that right side. We've seen some putts over there as well. You'll have that downhill slope behind the pin. Players really need to focus on the tee shot, the correct disc that's going to give you enough turn but not too much. I feel like Missy has a lot of those discs in her bag. That is pretty. Be a long look at birdie. It's tough to fight that hyzer at the very end because the ground slopes away. Wow, that's a tricky disc from Silva. She had so much hyzer release, but then it just immediately got to that anhyzer flight.
Flips up, can it stay clean? I guess they're yelling, get through it all. Should be at least pin high, but off to the left.
It's 364 feet. I think Owen's got the best attack on this, but her distance just isn't there, and that early hit. It's going to be trouble down there on the left for Owen.
We head to the 17th.
Nice.
Pretty, pretty, pretty.
You gotta love that. Val, let's take a look at this and break it down. Give us a little form review like we see over at Disc Golf Deals.
Well, you could see Paige looking down the gap the whole way. And I think not only is it just physical, but it is so mental when you're trying to hit a gap. Of course, the last thing you need to think about is just punching it through that gap. Don't ever say, don't hit the trees, because that's what you're going to be focusing on, hitting those trees. So lining yourself up, I love that Paige just looks down the gap as much as she can until the absolute last minute when she reaches back and then punches back through as she comes around.
Thanks to Disc Golf Deals USA, they have pictures and scaled weights of every disc along with same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews and comparisons. Your game, our passion at Disc Golf Deals USA.
Yay, we did a good job, guys.
I would say that's more than a good job. Excited to punch through the gap as we were just breaking that down, as now we're seeing Scoggins approach on the 16th, and she's going to like that. Burge. I'm going to say 42 feet. Oh, and she's got it. Rin. She's doing it. Cadence Burge moves into a tie for third with that putt. I mean, is there a more appropriate place where a chainsaw might be necessary out on a course? Is that a Christmas tree farm?
There have been a lot of trees knocked down in this landing zone, so Cadence could be the reason why.
A little off-season work maybe for her, huh? Pick up a gig for at least the month of December.
I don't think that's where the nickname came from. But short basket here, you want to get the birdie. It's really going to help you out in the long run.
Hannah Wynn also having a great day today, keeping the scorecard relatively clean. Hole 9, the only blemish that we've seen from her. Hanley.
Oh, get it higher, dude.
Silva waiting her turn. It'll be Missy Gannon next.
This is a very sloped green. So if you hit the basket short, it can hit the ground. If it has edge, it can roll basically all the way back to where these players are.
Excellent. We're seeing Hannah win, throwing her third. As I was just mentioning, she's had such a great day coming into the 18th. How can she close it out? Off the wall, she's in bounds. She'll have a birdie look. Silva to extend her lead. That one doesn't fall. In fact, it doesn't connect with any metal. Silva's still just the one-stroke advantage over Haley King. Hanley cleans up for par. Gannon does the same. Both Hanley and Gannon will remain at even par for the round. Par for Saarinen and a bogey for Scoggins. They'll head to the 17th. Hannah Wynn, a birdie look to close out her round. Solid.
I remember talking about Hannah last year at this tournament, seeing if she was going to make the Tour Championship, and she has ridden off that momentum. What a great season she's been having.
We'll see her on the lead card tomorrow. A birdie on the 18th. And thanks to our friends at 1010 Disc, we are commercial free for the rest of the round. It's crunch time.
Nice shot.
And they're throwing from the long tee pad here on 18. So it really requires a big shot to get a good placement. It really is fun seeing all these different positionings. This one, a hole 17, shorter pin. They can attack it for birdie. Whereas 18, this makes this hole so much more challenging.
Saarinen pierces the gap without a problem.
Oh yeah.
Holland likes the sidearm.
Oh yeah.
The advantage of the sidearm is you can stare down that gap the whole time you're running up the tee pad.
That one up there, girl. It's good. Good rip.
Owen also without a problem getting through the gap. She'll have one of the longer putts.
That bridge can really be a pain, but Cadence landed just short of it and able to get the full run up. Kat Murch got the big skip off the bridge and thankfully didn't go too far to the left. She'll have an open look.
Great.
And I like having that angle to the island green of 18. You're looking more at the basket rather than having to go around the corner.
Call it 42 feet for Scoggins. Uphill birdie look. It's hard to say that she's off. I mean, she just missed from 42 feet, slightly uphill. However, when you compare that to what we saw during some of her highlights last weekend, that's when if you're holding her to that stand, you're like, oh, Owen's missing everything. But last weekend, she just made so many. It was incredible to see.
And she runs at everything.
Yes.
So it's just a matter of turning that on or off, and Owen's still there. She'll always be there.
Silva, let's get to 8 under. And that one short.
And there's something in that putt. Those misses that we've seen recently of Silva, it's just she hunches over, she leans forward too much, whereas her normal putts, she lofts it up and she's standing upright.
Missy not able to connect. Missy hasn't been under par since hole 3. That was her chance. Holland's 4th birdie of the round gets her to 1 under for the day. She'll move into a tie for 10th. Jenkins steps in and holding her umbrella and with bag on. Silva also taps in. Not the best that we've seen on the putting green on the 17th. They'll head over to the 18th, which is where we catch up with Paige Pierce throwing her 3rd. We haven't seen many backhands into the green so far today. Does Paige have the angle? She certainly does. And Paige Pierce will have a short putt for birdie to close out her round.
Well, we know it was a shot like this that won her the GMC last weekend. And it looks like it's going to be a similar flight path and disc this week as well. Beautifully done.
She talks about leaning into that fierce and how often she throws it.
This is a tight angle even for a sidearm, but Cadence has to get around the corner. Well, that was almost just more of a flat flight. She catches that rock wall to stay safe.
Flirting with one of the guardian trees. And as you were just saying, you'd love to see more Anheuser on that as she's bringing it in. Is that what you're telling us?
That's what we would typically see to ensure that you're going to land on that island. What she was aiming for was a very small triangle of land. So a very risky play, and she's going to have a long putt to finish her round.
just see this early, I don't want to call it separation, but I mean, Silva, Haley just feels like they were pushing so much more, and that's with Silva missing, I believe, the last 3 holes where she's had birdie looks. She's had 3 attempts to add on to that. So I feel like Silva's just playing at another level, even if her score is only 1 above Haley right now. Hanley with a great tee shot. And this is a hole that we're going to see different teeing areas throughout the weekend. Missy now lining up. They are playing this longer tee for the first 2 rounds, and they'll play from a shorter tee on the weekend. Instead of it being a par 5 on the weekend, it will be just a par 4.
Missy punches out to the front side of those trees, but she's still very far on that right side. Being down in this lower point, they have to throw it nose up, but it has to have more of a flat release. So it's a tough shot to get full distance. That's a great shot from Owen. We've seen several variations through the years, but this low tee pad is a challenging one to try and throw a straight shot. I love what Owen did, of course, using that full flex. She's just here on the bridge. And then the second shot, everybody has to head up the hill. So wherever you landed determines how much angle you have to put on that second shot. Hopefully you're landing just right of the tree. Maybe you have enough distance to get past the tree, but then this is what it all comes down to, the island green. You got all the spectators here cheering for you, puts a lot of pressure on the shot. You don't have much room for error. You have to keep it low, allow it to skip up to the basket. Anything too fast goes past the pin, and then you have to take it from the drop zone.
Kat Mertz with her 3rd. And with that, she'll go to the drop zone after going over the wall. She can save par if she converts here.
And you're putting through the trees. So first goal is to get through the trees and make sure you're safe. But if you're Kat Mertz, you can run at it. Missy is so out of position on the right side.
Burge. This is for birdie to close out her round at 4 under. Solid. What a great bounce back after struggling on the 14th and the 16th. Back-to-back birdies on 17 and 18, and Cadence Burge on the lead card tomorrow. Scoggins trying to get past that tree. You've been calling for it. Watching Owen go just left of it. We'll see if she got all the way past, and we'll have a clean swing. In Sarnen's case, the tree is certainly a focal point up there. With her straight shots, she may even want to be slightly left of the tree when she gets past it. And she doesn't have to, work that Anheuser angle. She's going pretty much straight up. Can she push somewhat left? Okay. Yeah, I love that spot for her. Pierce to close out with birdie and even par for the day. Currently even par is a tie for 14th.
That is crazy to think how many players are there in between. A lot of players just shooting a stroke or two under par. What a difference a putt or a stroke can really make on a player's round.
That'll give Holland Hanley options into the green, forehand or backhand, whatever she's more comfortable with.
She puts a lot less pressure on her second shot with that huge drive. She can really place that second shot with a slower speed disc compared to most of the field. So Missy is still so far back that this is likely to be a layup. Still on this side of the fairway.
Perfect.
So we'll see the same tee be played tomorrow as well. And then the final 2 days, we'll get back to that shorter tee pad that we've seen in the last couple of years. So I always think about, how are these players going to improve on this final hole? What do they need to do if they have to push? But it will play different those last 2 days that we attack.
Not surprised to see the forehand coming for Hanley here. The right speed and angle as Holland Hanley will have a tap in. Simply a drop into the bucket. The birdie coming up by Hanley will secure her a spot on the chase card. Too much, and it's gone deep.
I've always felt that if you don't love a sidearm or sidearm's not your strong point, it's always tough to get that touch. And I feel like that's exactly what this shot needs. You need power. That's definitely what Missy got on that shot, but you need enough finesse that you could just feel that distance. Exactly what Owen did here.
And Owen having to carry her own bag for the last few holes. We saw that Justin, her husband, was on the bag earlier, and I'm guessing he had work or meeting or something of that nature that we haven't seen him on the bag for the last couple of holes.
Do you think his boss is watching Disc Golf Network and saying, hey, you better clock in?
I see what you're doing out there. Time to punch in.
And tell Owen congrats. Good job.
I'm working here. Saarinen. Owen just barely gets over the front wall. A nail biter, but Saarinen finds the island green.
Give us some luck a little bit.
This was low and what felt like overturned, as this is a Barbasol close shave replay off the rock and pushes forward. Close shave America, close shave Barbasol. Put it on your face. So Gannon goes here because she did not cross over the island green. I heard her say, don't do it again. Not a comfortable approach there for Missy Gannon, and today's effort is not going to instill any additional confidence for the next 3 rounds. See if she can make some corrections tomorrow.
She did get some extra sidearm practice, if there's any silver lining. Hopefully one last time for Missy to have to dry off her disc today. What started off as a perfect round through 3 finishes with maybe a double bogey. Let's see if she's got it. Just out the right side.
As that slides out for Missy Gannon, that means she is going to be at least in 24th or beyond after round number 1.
That is so shocking. And after the momentum she could have ridden on from last week of playing so great. She's a champion at this event. Some room to make up.
Meanwhile, Silva just tapped in for her birdie. She's going to be 2 clear of Haley King as Silva cards an 8 under effort today. Opening round at the MVP Open, Silva Saarinen jumping out in front. Saarinen, 8 under. King, 6 under. King, a previous champion at this event. Cadence Burge, along with Hannah Wynn, both tying at 4 under. They're going to round out our lead card tomorrow. We see Lisa Fakis, who's been playing such great golf lately. Her, along with Rebecca Cox, Hannah Blumroos, and Holland Hanley will be your chase card. But right now, Hannah Wynn is in the clubhouse. We're going to see her tomorrow. She caught up with Brian after the round. Here's what she had to say.
Hannah Wynn now joins me in the clubhouse after round 1 here at Maple Hill. Foggy morning, rainy day. Just talk to us from your perspective.
Hole 1 was very magical, I feel like. It's like the fog, and I don't know, that's what I think about when I think about Maple Hills, like how magical it is and how foggy it can be, and I just think it looks really cool. So I also like playing in the rain, so it wasn't a bother to me.
Well, I want to ask you about hole 1. I stepped up to the front of that tee pad, and it took me like 10 seconds to even find the basket. What was it like? Have you ever had that before?
Never had that before. I just had to squint really hard, and like I only saw my disc because I saw it bounce off a tree, so that's the only time I saw my disc. So I knew it was in bounds.
Well, talk about enjoying playing in the rain. Is that something that's developed over time, or have you always enjoyed coming out here in these conditions and playing?
I've always liked the rain. I just try to embrace it because everyone's playing in the same conditions. You just got to be the tougher one.
Well, then talk about how everything went out there. It was a 4 under par for you. Pretty clean, 1 bogey. Are you pretty satisfied with the performance?
I am very satisfied because this is a tough course.
Well, going into tomorrow, we're not switching pins just yet. It's BBAA. How do you like some of the newer pins and tee pads that you guys have been playing?
I love them, like especially 18 playing the MPO pad as a par 5. I feel like we could finally get some birdies on that hole. So there are a couple changes that I really do enjoy for more scoreable reasons.
Hannah, great round today. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Is she the only player asking for more rain? I mean, I love the strategy. I think back to when I used to compete and thinking exactly the way she did, which is we're all playing in it. Now just mentally outlast the others. Be super prepared, but mentally lock in because others are going to flail.
Yeah, I'm always going to talk about how a positive mindset can really rise you to the top. You think about how frustrating it can be in the woods if you're slipping, your grip's not right, you hit the early tree. I mean, you can really get into a dark place if you're not playing well in the woods. So anything you can do to muster up some positive thoughts can really take you far. So good on Hannah for knowing that and being positive out there, because clearly it paid off.
Well, it's going to be awesome to watch her on the lead card. We're going to have some additional interviews, analysis, of course, our OTB shot of the day, and Tournament Central all on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
$16 grams of protein, no artificial anything. Siggi's. Less sets you free.
The discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
Your forever wallet.
What's your wallet?
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a lot less and looks magnificent in your bathroom. And Mona Lisa can't give you a smooth, close shave. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
This winter, make Smuggler's Notch Resort Vermont your home away from home. Smugs is home to 3 big mountains, 78 trails, terrain for all abilities, and 300 inches of average snowfall with top-to-bottom snowmaking. Smugs, your home away from home with daily access to heated pools, hot tubs, tubing, Nordic trails, and endless indoor play at the Fun Zone 2.0. Plus, enjoy a variety of dining and shopping options in the village with weekly activities for the entire family. Visit smugs.com and book your home away from home winter vacation today.
Welcome to Tournament Central after round 1 of the MVP Open by OTB, and we're looking at our hot rounds brought to us by Innova as Silva Saarinen jumps out in front with her 8 under. Haley King shoots a 6 under, and then rounding out our lead card, a pair of 4 under. continue to have Player of the Year conversation, and Silva Saarinen is one of those contenders for sure. For the Elite Series, but also the Major. She got off to a really solid start today. Back-to-back birdies on 1 and 2. That kick helped her out. Here she is on the 11th, where she would pick up the birdie.
We got CTP of the group here on the short pin of 13.
And a dangerous putt on the 14th, but she converts. Not a problem. She caught up with Brian Earhart after a round.
Silva Saarinen joins us now after round 1, 8 under par. You're the leader going into round 2. It was rainy, it was foggy, the crowd was still roaring. Just talk about the day from your perspective.
It was a good day, and I played here so bad last year, and it was really nice to get more comfortable with this course. It's not easy.
Talk about the crowd out here. It is loud, it's Thursday and pouring rain, and people are screaming everywhere. Is that difficult to do as an athlete, dealing with the crowd when they're yelling at random times like that?
Not really, I'm fine with that. But yeah, it's crazy that there is so much people already on Thursday.
Talk about the course in general, maybe some of the changes that they've made, some of the par 3s that they've added, like on 17. Do you like any of the changes that they've made so far?
I haven't really thought about those, but I think those are good changes.
Going into tomorrow, any disc selection changes, any decision changes that you'll have to make, any adjustments?
Not really. I think I made good decisions today. And yeah, trying just to do the same.
Silva, great round today. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Silva Saarinen, I mean, there's not much I think she should change up. She was putting for birdie and so many of those opportunities. Now, granted, some of those were circle 2, and she didn't convert. When I was looking, I was actually surprised to see that she was 8 of 9. So all that tells me is a lot of those looks that she had were from shallow circle 2 or middle of circle 2, and we almost put her on the same pedestal as we do with Own, which is she's running at everything. She's a confident putter, so even when she's putting from 45, you're like, oh yeah, this is probably going to go in. But very impressive, 8 of 9 and from circle 1, and then 1 of 5 from circle 2. Is there anything that jumps out at you from that, either that interview or her performance?
It's just good to see Silva back to that confident putting stroke, because I feel like that's where she can really make up ground. She's got a very accurate drive, which can pay off big on these narrow fairways. But if she can hit those putts like we know she can, and kind of push that doubt aside, what seems to have crept in the last couple of tournaments, if she can just stay focused and keep it clean like she did today, she is going to be a force to be reckoned with in the woods.
Yeah,
and it was not good conditions.
No.
I mean, rainy, muddy. A lot of things could have went wrong, and she played really solid.
And speaking of her confidence that she kind of just was talking about, was last year after losing in the playoff the previous weekend at Green Mountain Challenge, she came to this event, just a few days later, and missed the cash, which I think was shocking to the entire world. So to watch her get off to this type of start on the opening round, to already have a 2-stroke lead, so impressive. And who she is, one of the competitors that she's going to be playing with tomorrow, also caught up with Brian. I'm talking about Cadence Burge. We're going to see her on the lead card tomorrow, and here's what she had to say.
Cadence Burge also joins me now after a 4 under par in round 1 here at Maple Hill. As we were walking up the stairs here in the ping pong room, you said, I just wish it rained every day. I wish we could play in the rain every day. Elaborate on that.
Okay, I mean, it was a little bit of a joke, but so far this year, I've played good in the rain basically every single time. I mean, the last time it rained, I think, was Worlds in that 4th round. I played great that round. That was like the last good round I've played on the Pro Tour. I mean, yeah, I don't know why. It doesn't really change anything I do. I feel like it doesn't affect me too much. I'm pretty good at keeping my hands dry, and I know for a lot of people they struggle with like their disc slipping out and their putter slipping out. But I'm pretty good at kind of working past that and just getting a good grip on things.
Well, I want to ask you a similar question I asked to Hannah. The fog on hole 1 was wild. I've never seen anything like that. How long did it take you to first find the basket standing on the tee pad, and have you had anything like that before?
Oh, yeah. When I walked up to it, I didn't even realize it was foggy until we got to hole 1. When I was warming up, I didn't even think about it. And I got to hole 1, I was like, wow, you can't even like see across the pond. It's crazy. I think the worst of it was actually on 13, the other way down the hill hole that's like into the woods. I think the fact that it was into the woods like helped even less. I couldn't tell which basket we were playing to because there's 2 pins. And I was like, I have no idea which one I'm throwing to right now. I'm just throwing it down the hill. But it's cool. I don't think I've ever played in fog like that before.
Well, going into the rest of the weekend, it's going to be non-rainy. A tragedy. Talk about how you're feeling on this course in general, not just in the rain. How have your practice rounds been going?
I feel okay. Usually most of the wooded courses on tour I feel better about. But right now I'm kind of like my release point's a little bit off. So like a lot of my drives today I yanked a little bit and got a little lucky. But I also threw some good ones that went down the fairway and then like hit the last thing and then kicked backwards. So I'm hoping to just kind of like try to keep my form feeling good tomorrow and try to hit the fairways.
Cadence, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you out there tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
She also likes playing in the rain.
I don't know. It must be this new generation. But when I saw them getting out the umbrellas and all the things you have to deal with during a rain round, it's just a slog. You're just fighting through. But again, good on them for having the positive mindset. I mean, clearly it does pay off to be the sunshine in the rain.
I love it. Well, speaking of payoffs, we're looking to get into the Tour Championship so they can get paid off, and that's where we're going to see in this wild card battle. And right now, the last 2 to get in, we're looking at Jessica Weiss along with Madison Walker. That's to play their way in. Wild cards currently include Haley King and Rachel Turton, and then so close, right behind them are the rest that we see. And on the bottom side of that cut line at the moment. So it's going to be really exciting to see how this plays out throughout this weekend, the rest of the weekend, and will be the last weekend for some of our competitors for the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Yeah, and we're heading to a new course for the Tour Championship this year. It's not that thickly wooded Charlotte course. We're going back to Ivy Hill in Virginia, where the World Championships took place.
Exactly. So very different look and feel over in Lynchburg. All right, one task at hand for the day for you, Val. Some OTB shot of the day contenders. What do you got for us?
I know there were a lot of good shots there on hole 14 over the water. But I'm thinking Silva. Early in the round, that shot that she threw over the water on hole 5. We don't see a lot of backhand shots going up and over the water, and she just parked it. And I feel like that's what really propelled her forward.
I like that one. And then as you were just speaking about hole 14, Holland Hanley going wide, coming in just a few feet behind the basket. That's where she nestled up and was able to tap in for the birdie. But I'm still going back to my favorite sequence a little bit earlier when we saw Kat Mertsch along with Ella Hansen ricochet off the tree on 13, knocking them straight to the basket and then landing on top of one another. I don't know. I'm a big fan. I thought it was a lot of fun. And, of course, they both went on to make the birdie, so they got the payoff for it.
Yeah, it sounds like they couldn't see it, so that would be good to roll it back for all of us.
Didn't really matter for them, but this is your OTB only the best shot of the day.
Shots of the day?
Shot.
Kat Mertsch starts it out. 13. I mean, this is going to go way long. That would have gone at least 50, 60 feet down the hill. That tree saves her.
And whether she saw it or not, it doesn't matter that Ella Hansen was able to duplicate it and then land on top of it. I hope they go back and watch that play out and saw how that actually went down. But awesome to see the orange disc right there for the birdies. Kat Mertsch along with Ella Hansen. There's your OTB only the best shots of the day. This afternoon, we've got action coming to you from the MPO side starting at 2 p.m. Eastern. Got to thank Brian Earhart out on the ground along with Valerie Jenkins. I'm Terry Miller. We'll see you this afternoon for round 1 of the MPO side at the MVP Open by OTB.